about the feed from this building on how to access it?
Just went live, but it's still having trouble. I got one device. But it's just under the Crete Cardinals YouTube. I just tell the coaches what I'm asking. Once I get it done, I'll tweet it out. Something shows up.
Wrestling on that for 2. Ricky Bias treated himself. That wrestling on that number 2. On deck, number 2, Ethan McCallum up there. Xander Baker, Dorothy, Sonia. You guys are on deck, man 2. Thank you. You're now wrestling on deck on mat number 1. On deck mat number 2. On deck mat number 2, Jared Cook of the actress, Devin Carroll of February. You are on deck mat number 2. Marner of Fairbury, Chulin. Now wrestling on mat number 2, Cook of Beatrice, Carol of Fairbury. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck mat number 260-pound, Crete of Nebraska City, Carter Springer of Milford. Crete, Nebraska City, Springer, Milford. You're on deck, mat 2, 160 pounds. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Keen of Beatrice, Lorman of Malcolm. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Keen of Beatrice, Lorman of Malcolm. You're wrestling on mat number 1. On deck mat number 1, 170-pound, Isaac Laboro of Milford. Cooper Whitty of Malcolm. Barbaro, Milford. Whitty, Malcolm. You're on deck mat 1.
Adrian Martinez went out and they brought McCaffrey in for one play and just throw a pass and he threw an interception. The tight end tipped it up. Of Nebraska City, Christopher Skadoris of Milford, Newmeister, Nebraska City, Skadoris, Milford, on deck, mat 1.
pounds. Clay Duvall of Nebraska City. Caleb Porter of Malcolm. Duvall, Nebraska City. Porter of Malcolm. On deck, Matt number 1, 182 pounds. Now wrestling on mat number 2. Joe Kreifel of Nebraska City. Carter Springer of Milford. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck mat number 270-pound bracket, Logan Hobbs of Nebraska City. Josh Stewart of Malcolm. Hobbs, Nebraska City. Stewart, Malcolm. You're on deck, mat 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Duvall, Nebraska City. Porter of Malcolm. You're now wrestling on 1. On deck mat number 1, 182 bracket, Jacob Schonauer of Omaha. Brian Ashton McCown of Fairbury.
Go, Clark.
Hey, pressure! Pressure!
Come on, Tar.
Ride it! Drive to it! Keep working! Go! Win that!
Good job, Bo.
Pressure!
Go, Card!
Drive to that far wrist! Drive to the far wrist! There! Stop! Get off his feet! Right there for me! Hey, give me a favor.
Keep going.
Pressure before you walk. No pressure.
Go!
Let go. Walk the head. Walk the head. Walk the other side. Stop. Pressure down. Run that half. Down the way out. Grab your left. No inside. Pressure. Go.
Now wrestling on mat number 2, 170-pound bracket, Hobbs of Nebraska City. Stewart of Malcolm. Wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2. 182-pound bracket, Ethan Buckley of Milford, Thomas Vance of Milford. You're on deck, mat number 2, Buckley, Milford, Vance, Milford, on deck, mat 2. Now wrestling on mat 1, Schoenauer, I'm on Brian McCown, Fairbury. You're now wrestling on 1. On deck, mat number 1, 195 pounds, Brock Osteich of Beatrice, Braden Chipman of Nebraska City. Osteich, Beatrice, Chipman, Nebraska City. On deck, mat 1. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Osteich of Beatrice, Chipman of Nebraska City. You're now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 285-pound bracket. Dietrich Baker of Wilbur Claytonia, Zachary Markey of Beatrice. You guys are on deck, mat number 1. On deck, currently wrestling on mat number 2, Buckley of Milford and Vance of Milford. You're now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, Sawyer Kuntz of Wilbur Claytonia. Riley Donahue of Malcolm. Kuntz, Wilbur Claytonia. Donahue, Malcolm, 195-pound bracket. You're on deck, mat 2.
stuck on the other side.
Now wrestling on mat number 2. Coons over Claytonia. Natu, Malcolm. You're now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 285 pounds. Zach Pasco, Malcolm. Kaz Heisen of Fairbury. Pasco, Malcolm, Heisen, Fairbury. You're on deck, mat number 2, 285. 106 pounders. You're starting to come up in the hole.
Sounds annoying.
Now wrestling on mat number 1, Baker, Wilbur Claytonia, Markey of Beatrice. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 285-pound bracket. Gavin Bailey of Nebraska City, Trey Lyon of Milford, Bailey, Nebraska City, Lyon, Milford, you're on deck. Oh, excuse me. You're in the hole. On deck, mat number 1, Gavin Bailey, Nebraska City, Trey Lyon of Milford. You guys are on deck, mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2, Pasco, Malcolm, Heisen of Fairbury. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 106 pounds, Mohamed Abdi, Oman Bryan, Johnny Christensen, Nebraska City. Abdi, Oman Bryan, Christensen, Nebraska City, 106 pounds. On deck, mat 2. mat number 2, Muhammad Abdi of Vermont Brine, Johnny Christensen of Nebraska City. You are now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck mat number 2, Gabe Hartman of Nebraska City, Chase Landreth of Nebraska City. You guys are now on deck mat number 2, 113-pound bracket. Hartman, Nebraska City, Landreth, Nebraska City. You guys are on deck mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1.
Let's go, Trey.
Now wrestling on mat number 1, 285 pounds, Bailey of Nebraska City, Lion of Milford, currently wrestling. On deck, 106 pounds on mat number 1, Pedro Hernandez of Wilbur Claytonia, Lane Hobbs of Nebraska City. Hernandez, Wilbur Claytonia, Hobbs of Nebraska.
There you go.
Grab it! Don't go. Hang in there, Trey. Let's go.
Again, a reminder for Crete Public Schools, only NSAA policy, only wrestlers who are wrestling are masked. Also, if you're in the stands, please wear masks. Social distance as much as possible. Crete Public School policy, we appreciate your effort in this. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Hernandez of Wilbur Claytonia, Hobbs of Nebraska City. On deck mat number 1, jump into 132-pound weight class, Eli Vondra of Milford, Bryce Tuitt of Malcolm. Vondra, Milford, Tuitt, Malcolm. You're on deck, mat 1, 132 pounds.
There's a lot to the story. He won't share.
Here we go, Eli.
Now wrestling on mat 1, Vandra. To it. On deck mat number 1, 132-pound bracket, Drew Arnold of Beatrice. Brody Mock of Milford. Arnold, Beatrice, Mock, Milford. On deck mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2 from Nebraska City, Hartman, Ain Landreth. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck mat number 2, 113 pounds. Connor Coat of Milford, Colin Magnall of Beatrice. Cohout, Milford, Magnall, Beatrice on deck, mat 2.
I walked into practice the other night and I thought it was Carter sitting at the desk and I was like, Greg, what is this? What's wrong with him? That's Kevin. Y'all got the same haircut. He said he avenged the loss a couple days ago. He beat that kid from David City.
Yeah, he was going to stay 2 years ago.
Now wrestling on mat number 1.
Where's he wrestling for? Oh.
Arnold of Beatrice, Mock of Milford. You're now wrestling on 1. On deck mat number 1, 238-pound bracket, Colt Reeling of Malcolm, Tyler Arthur of Nebraska City. Reeling, Malcolm, Arthur, Nebraska City on deck mat 1.
I watched a little bit of I'm not even sure where the video came from, I guess, but maybe watch the match of his when he went up to Sioux Falls at that open tournament. Yeah. He looked good.
Yeah, he's been bothered by the team. He's been battling with that a lot.
Did he? Oh no, they got. Did they give him time off over break? He's got a little time there. And he's still got to work out. A little bit of time might make all the difference.
Now wrestling on mat number 1, Reeling of Malcolm, Arthur of Nebraska City. You're wrestling on mat 1. On deck mat number 1, 152-pound bracket, Luke Walters of Malcolm, Landon Trim of Fairbury. Walters, Malcolm, Trim of Fairbury, 152-pound bracket. You are on deck, mat 1.
He was at 33, wasn't he? He's not hard. Long ways. Good. I saw him in it. I don't know, maybe you guys put it on Facebook or something. like he's made a lot of improvements in match wrestling. Like, not that he was terrible at it before, but him and Sam both look good. I saw some video of him up at the same tournament. Coach Sam about twice as many goals as he did. God, he was good. He's 65, but he looks good. I mean, I didn't even. Oh, he's trying to find a way in, isn't he?
Number 2. Co-house Milford, Magnol, Beatrice, currently wrestling on mat number 2, 113 pounds. On deck, mat number 2, 145-pound bracket. Cruz Williamson of Beatrice, Candace Witzel of Malcolm. Williamson, Beatrice, Witzel of Malcolm, you are on deck. Mat 2, 145-pound weight class.
Come on, Connor. Set it up, Connor, let's go.
Connor.
Now wrestling on mat number 1, 152 pounds, Walters from Malcolm, Trim from Fairbury. You're now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 160-pound weight class, Carlos Jimenez Fuentes of Omaha, Brian Riley Arner of Fairbury. Jimenez Fuentes of Omaha, Brian Arner of Fairbury. You are on deck, mat number 1, 160-pound bracket.
Face him! Get one, Connor, let's go. Get it, go, up, 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 up! Keep moving!
NSAA rules. All wrestlers not participating need to be in the stands.
Run it! Run it! Run it! Over the ears! Nice try. Good win. Dump him. Go. Take him down. Put your leg. Put your leg out. Put your leg out through. Keep it. Keep it. Put him in. Put him in. Put him in. Put the other leg in. Squeeze.
Now wrestling on mat number 160 pounds, Carlos Jimenez Fuentes, Omar Brian, Riley Carter of Fairbury. You're now wrestling on mat 1. On deck now 170 pounds bracket, Trevor Mormon of Malcolm, Cooper Whitty of Malcolm. Mormon of Malcolm, Whitty of Malcolm. You guys on deck, number 1, 170 pounds. Now wrestling mat number 2, Cruz Williamson of Beatrice, Caden Witzel of Malcolm. You are now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck mat number 2, 160-pound bracket, Devin Carroll of Fairbury, Cale Creefel of Nebraska City. Carroll of Fairbury, Creefel of Nebraska City. You're on deck, mat 2, 160-pound bracket. Going to be running into a little time issue, about 5 minutes before we can start the match on mat number 2. Carol of Fairbury, Crete of Varsity City, you're now wrestling on mat number 2. Devin Carroll, Fairbury, Caleb Crete of Varsity City, you are now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck mat number 2, 182-pound bracket, Ashton McCowan of Fairbury, Ethan Buckley of Milford. McCowan, Fairbury, Buckley, Milford, you're on deck, mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1 from Malcolm, Trevor Lorman and Cooper Whitty. You're now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck mat number 1, 170-pound bracket, Josh Stewart of Malcolm, Connor Newmeister of Nebraska City. Stewart, you're now wrestling on mat number 2. deck, mat number 2, Hunter O'Warney of Milford, Riley Donahue of Malcolm. O'Warney, Milford, Donahue, Malcolm, you guys are on deck, mat number 2, 195-pound bracket.
Let's go. Let's go, Ethan. Go, Ethan.
Now wrestling on mat number 2, Hunter O'Warney of Milford, Riley Donahue of Malcolm. On deck, mat number 2. 220-pound brackets. Lorenzo, Milford, Vanson, Beatrice, you are on deck, mat number 2.
Go, Lorenzo.
Beatrice. On deck. Mat number 2, Trey Lyon of Milford, Zach Pasco of Malcolm. 285-pound bracket. You guys are on deck. Mat number 2, Lyon of Milford, Pasco of Malcolm. You're on deck, mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Stewart of Malcolm, Newmeister of Nebraska City. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 195-pound bracket. Brock Ostijk of Beatrice, Sawyer Kuntz of Wilbur. Ostijk, Beatrice, Kuntz of Wilbur. You guys are on deck. Mat number 1. After the on-deck matches, we're going to go into 113-pound brackets. Begin our next round of wrestling. 113 pounds. You guys are in the hole. A little bit of time constraint on mat number 2. Up to wrestle will be Lyon of Milford and Pasco of Malcolm. On deck, mat number 2, 113 pounds. Gabe Hartman of Nebraska City, Colin Magnol of Beatrice. You guys are on deck, mat number 2. On deck, mat number 1, 113-pound Tristan Rinke of Beatrice, Chase Landreth of Nebraska City. You guys are on deck, mat number 1.
Do not hop up and stand up.
to the Heartmen of Nebraska City, Magno Beatrice. Okay. Up wrestling here. As you're ready, come on up. You're going to be wrestling here on mat number 2. And on deck, mat number 2. We're going to be more efficient, try to keep wrestling continuous. Matches that come into time constraints, we may end up moving a little bit. Just be flexible with us. Try to follow along. Keep you informed the best we can. Same thing on mat number 1, Varsity and Zane Zuha of Malcolm. You guys are going to be on deck right now, mat number 120-pound Schultz from Nebraska City. Zuha of Malcolm, you're on deck. Mat number 1, 120 pounds. Again, we're still in time constraints in the 113-pound bracket. 126. You're going to be up with Connor Schleckebir of Milford, Yusuf Muhammad of Omaha, Brian Schleckebir, Milford, Muhammad of Omaha, Brian. You guys are up wrestling now on mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1, we'll have Schultz of Nebraska City and Zuha of Malcolm. Schultz of Nebraska City, Zuha of Malcolm. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1, Rinky and Landreth. We'll come back to you in a minute from time. Schultz of Nebraska City, Zuha of Malcolm. You are now wrestling on mat number 1. In the hole in mat number 1. Trevor on deck or in the hole.
There you go, there you go.
But you'll be on mat number 1.
you go.
Come on, Connor. Drop, Connor.
Come on, Connor.
Up on mat number 2, Gabe Hartman of Nebraska City, Colin Magnol of Beatrice. Check in on your time. Coming up right now on deck, on mat number 2, Sam Strauss of Nebraska City. Colton Yelenik of Beatrice. Strauss of Nebraska City, Yelenik of Beatrice. Right now you are on deck, mat number 2.
Good position. Oh, reset, reset. Yep, keep going. Good. All right. Your base. Your base. Work up. Gotta keep moving. Gotta go hard and fast, Danny. Hard and fast.
Now wrestling on mat number 2, Strauss of Nebraska City, Yelenik of Beatrice. Strauss of Nebraska City, Yelenik of Beatrice. We're going on the U because of the time constraints at 1:13.
Keep pushing. There, keep working.
Strauss.
Keep working. Push. There you go. Get your base. Get to the center. Come on.
Do you have, like, you have,
Over the head. Keep working.
like, what you call
Strauss of Nebraska City, you are up on mat number 2.
Finish strong. Let's go. Over the hips. Back up. Shoot. Good shot.
Jack Chapman of Milford and Tommy Locken of Wilber-Claytonia. You're coming up on mat number 2 pretty soon here. Jack Chapman of Milford and Locken of Wilber-Claytonia. You can be on deck here on mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1, 113-pound Tristan. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Tristan Rinke of Beatrice, Chase Landreth of Nebraska City. On deck, mat number 1, Trevor Rinke of Beatrice, Angel Reyes of Omaha Bryan. Rinke, Beatrice. Nebraska City on Magno Beatrice. In the hole, Jack Chapman of Milford, Tommy Locken of Warwick Latonia. Be ready to go. Yep. Now wrestling on mat number 2. Jack Chapman of Milford, Tommy Locken of Warwick Latonia. You are now wrestling on mat number 2.
Go, Jack.
On deck, mat number 2 is Hartman and Mangle. In the hole, Tobin Winkender, Double Brian, Trent Stopper of Milford. Winkender, Brian Stopper of Milford.
Let him up. That's better, Jack.
Come on, Jack.
2.
Hey, here we go. This is going.
Anybody in the stand should be wearing a mask. So even if you're just hanging out, please have your mask on in the stands. Help us keep our wrestling season going.
Dig it out. Get the wrist again. Dig it out. Slide. 20 seconds. Good turn. All right, here we go. Fire up, Bob.
Come on, Jack.
Now wrestling on mat number 1, Trevor Rinky of Beatrice, Angel Reyes of Omaha, Brian. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1, 138 pounds. On deck mat number 1, 145-pound bracket. Baylor Poston of Nebraska City, Sanders Baker of Wilberfleet-Tonian. Pasta mat number 2, Hartman of Milford. Now wrestling on mat 1.
All right, back, lock and circle.
Poston, Nebraska City, Baker, Wilberfleet-Tonian. You're now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck mat number 1, Lee Hobbs of Nebraska City, Brett Powers of Beatrice. Hobbs, Nebraska City, Powers, Beatrice, 152-pound bracket. You're on deck mat 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2, Wiegender of Omaha, Brian Stoffer of Milford. You're now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck mat number 2, 152-pound bracket, Keenan Troyer of Milford, Cole Mossman of Beatrice. Troyer, Milford, Mossman, Beatrice, you guys are on deck mat 2.
Chinese are better choices. Stop and dig them a little bit. Are you weird? sending him weird. See him reading them, it's like looking around and going around and looking around and reading.
Go, Trent!
Get one, Trent. Let's go.
Go, Trent! Go, Trent! Hey, come on! Hey! Sit down, Trent. Get. Come on, Trent. Go get.
Up. working, Crete. Good now. Keep working, Crete.
Now wrestling on mat number 1, Hobbs of Nebraska City, Powers of Beatrice. On deck, mat number 160 pounds, Gavin Zuha of Malcolm, Chance Shulin of Nebraska City. Zuha, Malcolm, Shulin, Nebraska City. On deck, mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2. Troyer of Milford, Management of Beatrice, you're wrestling in on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 160 pounds, Jared Cook of Beatrice. Carter Springer of Milford. Cook, Beatrice, Springer, Milford, you are on deck. Mat 2.
Good stuff, Keenan. Come on, buddy. Get one, Keenan. Get up quick. Come on, Keenan. Be quick. Dump him!
Now wrestling on mat 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2. Jared Cook of Beatrice and Carter Springer of Milford. On deck, mat number 2, Logan Hobbs of Nebraska City, Christopher Skidoris of Milford. Hobbs, Nebraska City, Skidoris, Milford. You're on deck. Mat 2, 170 pounds. Wrestling on mat number 1, Gavin Zuha of Malcolm. Chansky. Beatrice Isaac Overall of Milford. Keenan. Now wrestling. Now wrestling on mat 1. Kean of Beatrice, Borough of Milford. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 170 pounds. On deck, mat number 182 pounds, Jacob Schonauer of Omaha, Brian Thomas Vance of Milford. Schonauer, Brian Vance of Milford on deck, mat number 1.
Hit hard! Go, Carter.
Go!
Go, Carter.
19 seconds! Come on, Carter! 10! Go! Go, Carter! Go! Go, Carter! Go!
Come on, Carter.
Now wrestling on mat number 1.
There you go. There you go.
Schopenhauer of Brian Bates of Milford. Mat number 1. On deck, mat number 195 pounders. Mr. O'Borney of Milford. Sawyer Cooch of Wilbur. Now wrestling on 2-pound class. Deacon Nelson of Beatrice. Caleb Porter of Malcolm. Nelson of Beatrice. Porter of Malcolm. You guys are on deck. Mat 2.
Come on, Chris.
Now wrestling. Mat number 1. O'Borney of Milford. Coots of Wilbur. Now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 195 pounds. Braden Chipman of Nebraska City. Riley Donahue of Malcolm. Chipman, Nebraska City. Donahue of Malcolm. You're on deck. Now wrestling on mat number 2. Deacon Nelson of Malcolm. Dietrich Baker of Wilbur Claytonia. 285 pounds on deck. Mat number 2. Nebraska City, Kaz Heisen of Fairbury. 285 pounds, you are on deck. Mat number 1, Bailey, Nebraska City, Heisen of Fairbury. On deck. Again, mat number 2, Gail Nordmeyer of Malcolm. Dietrich Finks, Claytona, you guys are on deck. Mat number 2, 106 pounds, you guys are in the hole. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Bailey of Nebraska City, Heisen of Fairbury. On deck. On deck, mat number 1, 106-pound bracket, Pedro Hernandez of Wilbur, Drew Weddle of Nebraska City, Hernandez, Wilbur, Claytonia, Weddle, Nebraska City, you guys are on deck. Mat 1. Baker of Woodward Claytonia. You guys are now up on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 106 pounds. Muhammad Abdi of Omaha Bryan. Gavin Vanover of Beatrice. Abdi of Omaha Bryan, Vanover, Beatrice. You guys are on deck, mat 2. Now wrestling on mat number 2. 106-pound weight class. Abdi of Omaha Bryan, Vanover of Beatrice. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 113-pound weight class. Connor Cohout of Milford, Chase Landreth of Nebraska City. Cohout, Milford, Landreth, Nebraska City. On deck, mat number 2, 113-pound class. bracket, Kate Hartman of Nebraska City, Tristan Rinke of Beatrice. Hartman, Nebraska City, Rinke of Beatrice. You're on deck, mat number 1, 113 pounds.
I couldn't see who it was.
Step over it, step, right leg step over. Right leg step over. Hey, step over to right leg on this back. That's 2.
Now wrestling on mat number 1. Hartman of Nebraska City. Rodriguez. Sorry, Hartman of Nebraska City. Rinke of Beatrice. Now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 132-pound class. Drew Arnold of Beatrice. Jesse Rodriguez of Nebraska City. Arnold of Beatrice. Rodriguez of Nebraska City. 132-pound bracket. You are on deck, mat 1.
Stand up.
Landreth, Nebraska City. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2. 132-pound class. Eli Vondra of Milford, Connor Gertz of Fairbury. You guys are on deck, mat 2. Vondra, Milford, Gertz, Fairbury on deck, mat 2, 132 pounds. Vondra of Milford and Gertz of Fairbury. You're up on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 138-pound bracket, Angel Reyes of Omaha Bryan. Andres Pro of Nebraska City. Reyes of Omaha Bryan, Pro of Nebraska City. You're on deck, mat 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1. Arnold of Beatrice and Rodriguez of Nebraska City. On deck, mat number 1, 138 pounds, Colt Reeling of Malcolm Chapman of Milford. You guys are on deck, mat number 1. Reeling, Malcolm, Chapman, Milford. You guys are on deck, mat number 1, 145 pounds. Xander Baker of Wilbur Claytonia, Cruz Williamson of Beatrice. Baker, Wilbur, Claytonia, Williamson, Beatrice. You guys are on deck. Mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2. Reyes of Omaha, Brian Pro of Nebraska City. Now wrestling up on mat number 238-pound class. On deck, mat number, you guys are on deck, mat 245-pound class. Now wrestling on mat number 2, McCown of Fairbury, Stoffer of Milford. You're up on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 152-pound class, Brett Powers of Beatrice, Jackson Kriefel of Nebraska. Now wrestling, Powers of Beatrice, Carlos Jimenez Fuentes of Omaha Bryant, Jared Koch of Beatrice, 160-pound bracket, Jimenez Fuentes of Omaha Bryant, Koch of Beatrice. On deck, mat 2. Now wrestling, mat number 2, Jimenez Fuentes and Cook up now on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 160-pound Chance Schulin of Nebraska City, Kale Kriefel of Nebraska City. Schulin, Nebraska City, Kriefel, Nebraska City. On deck, mat 2.
There you go!
But I didn't know.
Leave your head in there. Grab the other side.
Get your one.
Then it'll go up. Yeah, but then you also get to
Win it. Right there.
Come on, Jack. Keep going. Good.
No, not. But if you press it, you still get that way. Yeah.
On deck.
Puncher.
Yeah. That's it.
again on deck, mat number 1, Baker of Wilbur Claytonian. Williamson of Beatrice on deck, mat number 1. Now wrestling. On mat number 1, Baker of Wilbur Claytonian. Williamson of Beatrice. On deck, mat number 1, 152-pound class. Landon Trim of Fairbury. Keenan Troyer of Milford. Trim of Fairbury. Troyer of Milford. You guys are on deck. Mat 1. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Trim of Fairbury, Troyer of Milford. Now wrestling mat number 1, 152-pound class. On deck, mat number 1. Isaac Barbaro of Milford, Josh Stewart of Malcolm. Barbaro, Milford, Stewart of Malcolm, you are on deck. 170-pound class, Mat 1.
Now wrestling, mat number 1. Barbaro, Milford, and Stewart of Malcolm. Now wrestling on mat 1. On deck, mat number 1, 182-pound class. Clay Duvall, Nebraska City. Thomas Vance of Milford. Duvall, Nebraska City. Vance of Milford. You guys are on deck, mat number 1, 182 pounds. On deck, mat number 2, Trevor Lorman of Malcolm. Logan Hobbs of Nebraska City. Lorman, Malcolm, Hobbs, Nebraska City. You are on deck, mat number 2, 170 pounds.
I get some better pictures.
It does work, I promise. But he has to use it. It's harder. Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta shrink it. It doesn't happen. So it's something you have to use it, okay?
Now wrestling on mat number 2. On mat number 2, 170 pounds, floorman of Malcolm, Hobbs of Nebraska City. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck mat number 2, 182 pounds, Deegan Nelson of Beatrice, Ashton McCown of Fairbury. Nelson of Beatrice, McCown of Fairbury. You guys are on deck, mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Duvall of Nebraska City, Vance of Milford. On deck mat number 1, 195 pounds, Hunter O'Borney of Milford, Braden Chipman of Nebraska City. O'Borney, Milford, Chipman, Nebraska City. On deck, mat 1. Up now on mat 1, Hunter O'Borney of Milford, Braden Chipman of Nebraska City. On deck, mat 1, Zachary Markey of Beatrice, Gavin Bailey of Nebraska City. On deck, mat 1, Micah Ruiz, Nebraska City, Nolan Anson, Beatrice. On deck, mat 2, Brock Austin, Beatrice, Riley Donahoe, Malcolm.
Go, Hunter!
On deck, mat 1, 285, Zachary Markey, Beatrice, Gavin Bailey, Nebraska City. Ruiz and Vance wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, again, mat number 1, 285 pounds, Zachary Markey of Beatrice, Gavin Bailey of Nebraska City. Nelson and McCown wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, Ross Dyke of Beatrice, Donohue of Malcolm. You guys are on deck, mat number 2.
mat number 1, 285, Marquis of Beatrice Bailey of Nebraska City. Now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 106-pound weight class, Muhammad Abdi of Omaha, Bryan. Pedro Hernandez of Wilbur, Claytonia. 106-pounders, you are on deck, mat 1. Wrestling. Mat number 2, Ostike of Beatrice Donahue of Malcolm. On deck, mat number 2, 285 pounds, Dietrich Baker of Wilbur, Claytonia, Zach Pasco of Malcolm. Baker, Wilbur, Pasco, Malcolm on deck. Mat 2. Wilbur, Claytonia, and Pasco of Malcolm. You're wrestling on mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1. Medal round. Final round of the night, ladies and gentlemen. 106 pounds. Muhammad Abdi, Omaha, Bryan. Pedro Hernandez of Wilbur, Claytonia. Now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 106 pounds. Gavin Vanover of Beatrice, Drew Weddle of Nebraska City. You guys are on deck. Mat number 1.
Now wrestling mat number 2, Christensen of Nebraska City, Hobbs of Nebraska City. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2. 113 pounds, Gabe Hartman of Nebraska City, Connor Koha of Milford. Hartman, Nebraska City, Koha of Milford. On deck, mat number 2.
Usually they'll have it as you go.
Now wrestling on mat number 1, Vanover, Beatrice and Weddle of Nebraska City. On deck, mat number 1, 113 pounds, Christian Rinke of Beatrice. Colin Magnol of Beatrice. You guys are on deck, mat 1. Now wrestling on mat 1, Ricky of Beatrice and Mangal of Beatrice. Battling it out on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 120-pound bracket, Spencer Weirs of Fairbury. Zane Zuha of Malcolm. Weirs, Fairbury. Zuha, Malcolm on deck, mat 1.
Post on thighs, get your hips down. Hips out and then post on thighs. Post on thighs. There you go. Post on thighs. Hey, we need one back here, okay? We need one back.
Back pocket. Stay in the back pocket. Follow.
Stay on it. Stay on it.
Nice job. Good work. Pressure on. In that back pocket. Follow!
I'm guessing.
Butcher!
Come on. Hey, go inside that push it.
Swing in there. Go swing in there. Good punch. Good punch.
Go, Connor.
Right on the knee. Head high, head high, head high. Find the leg. There you go. Now drive your hips to it.
Break it down. Good.
Weirs of Fairbury, Zane Duha of Malcolm. Weirs, Fairbury, Duha, Malcolm, now wrestling, mat 1. On deck, mat number 126 pounds, Yusuf Muhammad, Omaha Variety.
Let it go!
Colton Yelenik of Beatrice. Muhammad, Omaha Variety, Yelenik, Beatrice. On deck, mat 1. Beatrice Hayden Schultz of Nebraska City, now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 126 pounds. Connor Schluckabir of Milford, Sam Dross of Nebraska City. Schluckabir, Milford, Dross of Nebraska City. You guys are on deck, mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1, 126-pound bracket, Yusuf Muhammad, Omaha Variety. Colton Yelenik of Beatrice. Muhammad, Omaha Variety, Yelenik, Beatrice. You're up on mat 1. On deck, mat number 1, 132 pounds, Eli Vondra of Milford, Drew Arnold of Beatrice. Vondra, Milford, Arnold, Beatrice. On deck, mat number 1. wrestling. Mat number 2. 126, Connor Schluckebeer, Milford. Sam Dross of Nebraska City. Now wrestling. Mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 132 pounds. Connor Gertz of Fairbury. Jesse Rodriguez of Nebraska City. Gertz, Fairbury. Rodriguez, Nebraska City. You're on deck, mat 2. Now wrestling, mat number 1, Eli Vondra, Milford, Arnold Beatrice. Now wrestling, mat 1. On deck, mat number 1, 132 pounds, Bryce Tuitt of Malcolm, Brody Mock of Milford. Tuitt, Malcolm, Mock of Milford. On deck, mat 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2, Gertz of Fairbury, Rodriguez, Nebraska City. Now wrestling on mat number 2, on deck, mat number 2, 138 pounds, Trevor Rinke of Beatrice, Tommy Locken of Warburg-Claytonia. Rinke, Beatrice, Locken, Warburg-Claytonia. On deck, mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 2, Trevor Rinke of Beatrice, Tommy Locken of Wilbur Claytonia, now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 138 pounds, Colt Reeling of Malcolm, Andres Pro, Nebraska City. Reeling, Malcolm, Pro, Nebraska City, you're on deck, mat 2. Now wrestling, mat number 1, Bryce Tuitt of Malcolm, Burodimak of Milford, now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 138 pounds, Jack Chapman of Milford, Angel Reyes of Omaha, Bryan. Chapman, Milford, Reyes of Omaha, Bryan, you are on deck, mat number 1.
Look away!
wrestling, mat number 1, 138 pounds, Jack Chapman of Milford, Angel Reyes of Omaha Bryan, now wrestling on 1. On deck, mat number 1, 145 pounds, Trent Stoffer of Milford, Xander Baker of Wilbur Claytonia. Stoffer, Milford, Baker, Wilbur Claytonia. On deck, mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2, 138 pounds, Colt Reeling of Malcolm, Andres Pro of Nebraska City. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, Baylor Poston of Nebraska City, Tobin Wingender of Omaha Bryan. Poston, Nebraska City, Wingender, Omaha Bryan, you're on deck, mat 2. Wrestling on mat number 1. Stoffer of Milford, Baker, Wilbur Claytonia. On deck, mat number 1, 145 pounds, Ethan McCown of Fairbury, Cruz Williamson of Beatrice. McCown, Fairbury, Williamson, Beatrice. On deck, mat 1. We're about halfway through our final round. Here in the stands, please wear your mask. All wrestlers should be in the stands if they are not warming up for wrestling via NSAA rules. Thank you for following our rules here in the NSAA rules. Have a great tournament.
Got 5. Here we go. Wrestle, wrestle. Here you go, Cole. Good job. All right, hip to hip.
Now wrestling on mat number 2, Poston of Nebraska City, Wingender of Omaha, Brian. Now wrestling on mat number 2, on deck mat number 2, Lee Hobbs of Nebraska City, Cole Moshman of Beatrice. Hobbs of Nebraska City, Moshman of Beatrice on deck mat 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1, McCown of Fairbury, Ethan McCown of Fairbury, Cruz Williamson of Beatrice. Now wrestling on mat number 1, on deck mat number 1, 152 pounds, Keenan Troyer of Milford, Brent Powers of Beatrice. 152 pounds, on deck mat 1. Now wrestling on mat 2, the Hawks of Nebraska City, Cole Washman of Beatrice. Now wrestling on mat 2. On deck, mat number 2, 152-pound class, Landon Trim of Fairbury, Jackson Kriefel of Nebraska City. Trim, Fairbury, Kriefel, Nebraska City. On deck, mat 2. Our concession stand will be closing at 4 o'clock. If you need a snack on the way home or a mid-afternoon bite, you have 20 minutes. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On mat number 2, Landon Trim of Fairbury. Jackson Kriefel of Nebraska City. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 160 pounds. Jared Cook of Beatrice. Chance Shulin of Nebraska City. Cook, Beatrice. Shulin, Nebraska City. On deck, mat 2. Now wrestling on mat number 2. Cook of Fairbury, Shulin of Nebraska City. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 160 pounds. Carlos Jimenez Fuentes, Omaha Bryan, Kale Kriefel of Nebraska City. Jimenez Fuentes of Omaha Bryan, Kriefel of Nebraska City. You're on deck, mat 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Keenan Troyer of Milford, Brett Powers of Beatrice. Now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 160 pounds, Gavin Zuha of Malcolm, Carter Springer of Milford, Zuha, Malcolm, Springer, Milford on deck, mat 1. 2. 160 pounds. Jimenez Fuentes of Omaha Bryan. Kale Creeple of Nebraska City. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2. 160 pound bracket. Riley Arner of Fairbury. Devin Carroll of Fairbury. Arner of Fairbury, Carroll of Fairbury. You're on deck, mat 2.
Up and out, Keenan. Yes, let the feet go, Keenan. There you go, get up. Come up. Let the feet go. Don't force it. Circle. Get up.
The laughing.
It's a very short time.
wrestling on mat number 160-pound bracket. Gavin Zuha, Malcolm Carter Springer of Milford. Now wrestling on mat 1. On deck, mat number 1, 170-pound bracket. Torrance Kean of Beatrice, Christopher Skidoris of Milford. Kean, Beatrice, Skidoris, Milford. On deck, mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2, Arner of Fairbury and Carroll of Fairbury. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 170-pound bracket. Logan Hobbs of Nebraska City, Josh Stewart of Malcolm. Hobbs, Nebraska City, Stewart of Malcolm. You are on deck. Mat 2.
Good job, Carr.
You got this, Carter, up and out. Go, Carter!
Keep
Go,
going.
Carter!
Go again, Carter. Come on, Carter.
Good try, Carter. Good fight.
Here you go, Chris.
Now wrestling on mat number 1. Kean, Beatrice, and Skidoris of Milford. On deck, mat number 1, 170 pounds, Trevor Lorman of Malcolm, Isaac Borberol of Milford, Lorman, Malcolm Corporal Milford, you're on deck, mat 1.
get pumped up. Let's do it again. You're in it, Chris. Let's go.
Got this, Christopher.
Let's go. Come on, buddy. Finish it. Keep your head away from the knee.
Go.
Yep, move. Yep, stay there.
Chop it. Let's go, Chris. And the side! On the side, guys! Finish strong! And go!
Now wrestling on mat number 1. Lorman of Malcolm, Overall of Milford, now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 182 pounds, Caleb Porter of Malcolm. Jacob Schonauer of Omaha, Brian Porter, Malcolm, Schonauer, Omaha, Brian, you guys are on deck, mat number 1.
Go, Stewart. Come on, Josh, up. Knees, Josh, knees. Go, Isaac. Come on, Isaac, keep it up.
Now wrestling on mat number 1. Quarter of Malcolm Schonauer of Omaha, Brian. Now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1, 182 pounds, Clay Duvall of Nebraska City, Ashton McCown of Fairbury. Duvall, Nebraska City, McCown, Fairbury on deck, mat 1. Now wrestling on mat 1, Duvall, Nebraska City, McCown, Fairbury. Now wrestling on mat number 1, on deck mat number 195 pounds, Hunter O'Borney of Milford, Brock Osdike of Beatrice. O'Borney, Milford, Osdike, Beatrice, on deck mat 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2, Hobbs of Nebraska City, Stewart of Malcolm. You are now wrestling on mat 2. On deck, mat number 2, Cooper Whitty of Malcolm. Connor Neumeister of Nebraska City. You guys are on, no, sorry, Whitty of Malcolm is wrestling, and Neumeister of Nebraska City. You're wrestling now on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, Thomas Vance of Milford, Deacon Nelson of Beatrice. Vance, Milford, Nelson, Beatrice.
There you go, finish.
On deck, mat 2.
Grab the leg, shoot. There you go. Do it again.
Now wrestling on mat number 2, Thomas Vance of Milford, Deacon Nelson of Beatrice. Now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, mat number 2, 220-pound bracket, Micah Ruiz of Nebraska City, Lorenzo Temple of Milford, Ruiz, Nebraska City, Temple of Milford. You guys are on deck, mat number 2.
already on Monday. Yeah. So, I mean, not all of them, but some of them. Yeah. And either Bev or both of them, he's going to. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice, but I never do, so. Yeah.
Now wrestling on mat number 1. 195-pound bracket. Hunter O'Borney of Milford and Brock Osdike of Beatrice. Now wrestling on mat 1. On deck mat number 1, 195 pounds, Braden Chipman of Nebraska City, Sawyer Coons of Wilbur Claytonia. Chipman, Nebraska City, Coons, Wilbur Claytonia. On deck, mat 1. Nebraska City, Temple of Milford. On deck, 285 pounds, Caleb Nordmeyer of Malcolm, Kaz Heisen of Fairbury. You are on deck, mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1. Chipman of Nebraska City, Kuntz of Wilbur Claytonia. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1. On deck, mat number 1. Gavin Bailey of Nebraska City, Zach Pasco of Malcolm. 285 pounds, Bailey, Nebraska City, Pasco, Malcolm. You are on deck, mat number 1, 285 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin calling the heavyweight matchups, thank you again for coming out today. Please help police your area and clean up your space. Keep your masks on while in the building. And thank you again for coming out. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Gavin Bailey of Nebraska City, Zach Pasco of Malcolm. You are now wrestling on mat number 1. number 1. On deck mat number 1, Zachary Markey of Beatrice, Dietrich Baker, Wilbur Claytonia. You guys are on deck, mat number 1. Markey, Beatrice, Baker, Wilbur Claytonia. You are on deck, mat number 1.
Go get him, Lonzo. Let's go. Come on, Gavin. Come in.
On mat number 2, Kale Nordmeyer of Malcolm, Kaz Heisen of Fairbury. Now wrestling on mat number 2, final match for mat 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Zachary Markey of Beatrice, Dietrich Baker of Woburn, Claytonia. You are wrestling on mat 1, final match for mat number 1.
Keep it coming, Kale.
We're gonna go golf. I want hit it into the or is that repeated no, I don't care.
7th place, 47 points. February, 6th place, 69 points. Wilbur Claytonia. In 5th place, Omaha Brian with 86 points. In 4th place, Malcolm with 102 points. In 3rd place, Milford with 150 points. In 2nd place, Nebraska City with 165 points. And in 1st place with 195.5 points, Beatrice. Congratulations to the Orangemen on a great tournament. Thank you everybody for coming out to today and bearing with us on our 2020 split tournament. Hopefully we'll see you all back next year. Have a great drive home, ladies and gentlemen. Be safe.
Jaden, just found the blue one. Just found the blue one. Yes.
Hold on.
how they've been moving. Okay, just really pay attention, guys, to which side the Velcro's on. The Velcro side needs to be up. So when you bag them, you take them up there, remember which side the Velcro's on, and it needs to go up when you get up there.
Just, yeah, you put it over the top so that you're not going to put it with the open and it needs to go down.
And so when you get up there, it's important you remember which one it is. I don't think there are.
Okay, can you put our stuff in the coach's office?
Yes, it's just in one of the locker rooms. Hey, guys. I don't know what Coach Nico has planned for you, but as far as I'm concerned, the 6 of you cleaned all this up by yourself. Unless you need to meet as a team, you're good after this.
Yeah, you might need a message.
I need a message from him real quick, but you guys clean up this little gym by yourself. You shouldn't have to clean up there. They got more than enough guys to do that.